Honestly, Ruth Bassar could use my help too. She's all brains, but no branding.
Even after everything that's happened, I wouldn't change a thing. Not if it meant missing out on working with you.
If x is the square root of -1 and you distribute the two binomials together, then the coefficient is... Oh, sorry. Help you with something? May all...
Condensate. The story of Anti-Cleo versus the Moon Man is a ballad. A thing of legend to be handed down for a modest fee and successive generations.
As they tried with us at Cow City. Did Anti-Cleo take Spacer's choice tedious shenanigans lying down? Just like our dehydrated station.
Tramicular, arriving any moment now. Approaching station. Value added esplanade.
Consume with Auntie's Choice. As your peerless leader, known for her unparalleled business acumen, I might appear above the occasional frivolity. But no, I do enjoy sporting match as much as
It's high time one of you scientist types respond to my calling cards. The position's been open for more than 2 days and already product. You want the role, it's yours. But I'm not budging on those hourly rates.
Let me guess. You're backfilling Rasmussen's position? Or all the scientists who work with him on Cloister lying cold on the lab floor?
Both, obviously. Unless you mean to tell me a graft like yours can install itself. Do you want the job or not? We're burning starlight. Decent? I'll have you know that profits were forecast to be in the billions in my assessment last...
That's not what we're talking about. Look, we found your lab on Cloister. A friend of mine who succumbed to his graft sent me there to put an end to your work. It was, well, it was damn trouble. But after speaking with your doc, I came to see that the program's got much potential. If we shift focus, reform our work, grafts could better... Rasmussen's now with Doc Tinsley in Fairfield, and they're ready to restart this work if we can get your agreement. No more
I see someone failed out of the anti-Cleo School of Persuasion. Why would I ever pursue something so dull as reform? How does it serve me? You certainly came to the negotiating table prepared, but there is one small fly in the soup. Who exactly are you to dictate to me what we should be doing? I did not even know your name.
When I joined up in Tau Ceti, I was promised that if I proved myself, demonstrated exceptionalism, The moment would come where I could make a pitch for my own future. I helped hunt down the fiend who destroyed our base on Golden Ridge, fought off countless Protectorate besides.
Fine. Perhaps there is an opportunity here to expand our user base. But I will require proof that this little
You say that as though you have something.
I do. The commander of our fortified position, he will have all the minute details, of course, but assisting him and demonstrating your prowess will give us the leverage we need. Is this one having a laugh? Of course it'll be dangerous. Were it not, we would have... This here is a golden cysty pig of an opportunity. One that will reap rewards far beyond the bond. Ha! I knew you were a sly one. And I'm certain it'll be...
Grafted soldiers aren't animals. I should think an executive of your...
Of course I do. Much like a sprat cowering right...
They only have that understanding if they also have sense. Most sprats don't. They wander happily to their deaths in search of the smallest, richest morsels.
Yes, well done keeping up. Do you accept the mission or don't you? I could...
Hold on.
Heroism is...
You cannot be here. My contract stipulates that this lab door remains locked at all times. I am not to be Ha! That's funny, considering the heaps of times I've been called such. Unofficially, it was also in my contract that I was never to refer to myself as a direct report of the Vice President. Is that so strange? The program I was hired for is highly confidential, though I presume he also possesses...
Well, that ain't right. Neither his managerial manner nor your working conditions. But once we get this program reworked...
Oh, no! No, I don't want change! I love my work. I love this place. The smell of copper, the texture of viscera.
So am I.
Why this art's beauty? Anyhow...
way to central control forthwith.
Observe that formidable structure from a distance. I hope the device we are after remains within.
Protectorate control of Praetor has largely been achieved through the maintenance of a blockade. A survey of Praetor indicates there may be an alternate route past the blockade via the Automet factory.
Quite charged yet.
Your judgment has
That's a fine plant you got in your room, Rao. Didn't expect you to have much of a green thumb.
What? You were looking into my room? Why? Do you seek to send word of my quarters to your corporate overlords?
No? I happened to spot the plant when you opened your door the other day.
You admit to spying?
no doubt when next I return to my quarters, I'll find them plastered with
Advertisements for your tawdry goods. To battle!
was saying...
You admit to spying? Well, no doubt when next I return to my quarters, I'll find them plastered with advertisements for your tawdry goods.
Trust me, I ain't trying to look and see what you're doing in there. And you know what? I hate your plant. It ain't that fine at all, and I'll never look in your room again. There. You happy?
Good. That is all I ask. You don't truly hate my little sapling, no? Inez?
You're impossible. Ain't a chance we're getting through this. If we want to get to the lab, we ought to find a path around.
Thankfully, we've options. I recall a secret passage in the tomb of the matriarch that will see us around the blockade.
Auntie's Choice has set up shop somewhere to our south. We pay him a visit, they may just help us reach the lab.
This facility prevents Praetor's lightning from laying waste to all around it. At least the Order should keep it in tolerable repair.
Well, of all the improbable sights I'd never imagined to actually see, folks simply wandering around the Badlands of Praetor would be near the top of that list. I've not the mind to solve the equation that demonstrates how unlikely it is you've survived enemy combatants, hostile critters, and endless lightning in near equal measure. Is that so? Amusingly enough, I'm inclined to believe you, which means you might be just the help Exemplar Simon's been waiting for. He is in the lab atop the hydraulicalized lift. Ironically, the lift was struck by lightning while the station was being reset and is stuck in its raised position. There is a trail that leads to the top. Just mind the jump onto the platform, and don't touch anything glowing, sparking, or obviously shedding lightning on your way there. And given the situation we find ourselves in, I'll be leaving the gate charged unless you're ready to pass through it. Just approach, and I'll power it down for you. Should you ever need to exit the station, just approach the gate, and I can open it for you. Please, don't distract me from my pressing distractions.
I have too much on my mind for idle numerical chit-chat.
turrets just went offline again. We need to get them back up before someone dances through our defenses like they're waltzing on half and quarter measures.
suppose I could spare 0.004% of my daily cycle to say hello.
You have a very non-scholarly look about you.
So, you're the mysterious individual that's caused such a stir across Arcadia? Well, it is my sincerest of pleasures to meet you. I am Exemplar Simon, head of research at this station. Please consider me your personal conduit to this meager, yet profound portion of the universal equation. How may I be of service? That is not a simple question, though I might try to explain it like this. There is an equation for calculating. The universal equation uses the purity of mathematics to solve the entire universe. For example, by deciphering the Originally, the Protectorate designed this facility to control those grounding towers, which are the only thing keeping Praetor's ceaseless lightning from turning us off. And to be sure, that is the only reason Anti or the Protectorate haven't taken this place by force. They are right. However, neglect during this conflict led to Axon's shorting at 5 of the towers, causing gross misalignment. If they aren't realigned, the failures will catastrophic. Wonderful. In order to recalibrate a tower, you must find the malfunctioning panel inside their control room and reset it. And to speed you along, Prior to being driven from this facility, the Protectorate was explored. So with each tower you align, I can produce a batch of the explosives they theorized, and I would happily share them with you. Indeed. When aligned, each tower fills a capacitor I've modified, which provides me with Unfortunately, the capacitors are only able to hold the charge, so for each tower you align, I am able to fabricate a handful of these electron explosives, the sum of which I shall share with you. That is fantastic news.
Would need a target.
Let's get you healed. Someone call for a medic. To the rescue. Sight unseen.
Back in business. Happy to help, discreetly. Out of sight and on the way. Happy to help, discreetly. Breath tingling, all charged up.
You have my thanks and my hammer. Taking punitive action. I shall not stay your execution. Prosecuted, I am primed to punish. I cannot fight a phantom foe. Death!
Someone call for a medic. Out of sight and on the way.
Seems I was over-optimistic to assume the Order would do this work. None shall stand against us! I must yet regain my vigor. Your vitals look grim, Commander.
Little pig.
Unleash my might upon them! Witness what befalls enemy!
Back in business.
We're about to enter territory controlled by Anti's choice. Act accordingly, or you'll end up as close friends with the inside of a Raptor.
That reporter's gotta be nearby.
I'm Orland Crawford, the outsourced but never outmatched wartime correspondent for the ACS Undisputed Claim. You must be the grafted soldier, here to show us all what you can do.
The name's Inez, and yes, Willard Conan sent me to help you with some sort of...
Now, let's not skip on introductions. Who is this you have with you?
With some exceptions, it seems.
The soldier and the wet blanket. Our audience needs thrills.
Never seen a grafted trooper in action before, but I'm looking forward to watching you work. Your mission, trooper, is to capture their defenses are too great to face head-on. So you'll want to...
My camera drones will be filming the action from above, so do put on a good show. Blow up a few things, and you...
They've detained several of our scouts. I'd like to see them returned. If you deliver this weapons cache to them and free them, they might offer some aid in the fight.
This is quite the opportunity. Normally, a POW might...
So what? If I hadn't come along, you all would have left those troopers...
Our motto is to leave no man behind, unless it breaches our contract and promises financial penalty.
Once you infiltrate the blockade, neutralize our foes, and open the gates, our remaining troops will move in to secure... The drilling crew near the chemical plant is working to punch a path through the mountains.
Or you could go through the Automech production facility.
Though I trust you may... Ooh, and spare some time for me after you emerge victorious.
You there. You came from outside the camp, didn't you? Do you have a minute to take a job? Interested in work? Or was the allure of helping to advance science and being paid for it too much to resist? I'll get right to it then. I need someone to bring me a Gorvid egg. I'm a head biological researcher doing... I sent my assistant off to the north. Oh, and bring back my assistant too. If you find him with all his pieces still stuck together. He ain't much good for us. Which of my assorted critters would you like to know about? We've got quite a pile of them here on Praetor. Excellent hunters, trackers. We tried them, and once all the queens got zapped, that was about it. Gorvid, the thought of being the first person to catalog the process makes me positively giddy. Guilty as charged. Right now, it's mostly Raptidons, which I'd be more than happy to... Excellent. Which ones? Something else, then? I sent him off with a tracking device to find a Gorvid egg. He might be almost definitely a lethal encounter with a Gorvid, ending in brutal That's what happened to my other 5 assistants. I know. You're absolutely right. I should have held one back to do all... We found signs of Gorvid activity. I sent him off in hopes he could put a tracker on a Gorvid. Something else, then? Thank you.
seems the invaders seek to keep us out. And if they want us out, I want in.
Looks like we're about to have company of the unwanted kind. You've 5 seconds to make plain your intent before I let my boys here pitch some swill at you. Four. 3.
'Arcadia is in a more dire state than at any time in recorded history. Auntie's choice wreaks havoc with gleeful abandon. Do you feel no guilt for what your people have done?
Look, the VPs told us this campaign would be over in months, at the most. They didn't anticipate this much resistance and hostility from the folk we came to liberate. We're trying to protect Arcadia from the chaos all over the rest of the galaxy, and from itself. So no, I ain't apologizing for doing what's right.
Your devotion would be admirable if it were not so misplaced. I'm sure none of this has anything to do with your leader's need for profit.
Incoming! Take cover!
To battle! Still burning my strength.
If you need a house call.
I would not refuse assistance, which is most important. You have food.
Let's get you healed. To the rescue. Sight unseen. Someone call for a medic. Concerning. Best keep our lamps lit.
Your patience. I'm not ready. At your word, I shall charge.
Get ready. Our foes are close. Prepare! Your judgment has found!
Can you spare the drain of time? Kick the living... None shall stand against us!
My aftermarket parts are prime.
I shall not stay your execution! the authority of the sovereign! I'm a commander!
Happy to help. Discreet. Out of sight. All the way. Let's get you healed.
You think too much.
Ready to dispense! Taking punitive action!
Graph's ready if you need a house call.
I am looking.
Plasma tolerances exceeded.
Graph's raring to go. To the rescue! Sight unseen. Happy to help. Discreetly.
I shall reduce them to a slurry.
Hostile ahead. What's the play, Commander?
Graph's back in business.
No more hiding.
time I have.
recalibrated. It's got my scale standing on end. Can we go?
Prosecuting! Witness what befalls at... Assist me, will you? My death would be a stain on both of us!
You have my thanks and my hammer.
Let's get you healed. To the rescue. Sight unseen. Out of sight and on the way. Happy to help. District, out of sight and on the way.
oddish. Death to the complicit!
Commander, waiting! To the rescue! Right on scene. Let's get you healed. Medical box out!
In due time. I'm unready.
No battlefield decorum.
Have you made any progress yet? I can barely contain my excitement. That's unfortunate. But I'm sure he died doing what he loved, helping me do science. Here's your reward. You've certainly earned it. Now, back to my lab. I'm going to get so many papers published.
You know, I've heard death by electrocution is most painful. Well, you're in no danger of that. The lightning towers prevent the bolts from contacting the ground. You know, I've heard death by electrocution is most painful. Well, you're in no danger of that. The lightning towers prevent the bolts from contacting the ground. Have no fear. Relative to other postings on the front.
This as soon as my robustness is restored.
Raring to go.
Lethal measures at the ready, Commander. This what we fall. The Tomb of the Matriarch, an exhibition to the wonders of the Protectorate's founder. I trust you are suitably awed?
All it took was some light instruction and a restorative cocktail to abrade my imperfections.
Whoa, to have the matriarch taken from us before her time.
The Sovereign's good name? The security system's been activated. Run!
Do not rush me. Wait, what is that buzzing noise?
No! Matriarch, preserve me. How in the blazes am I to report this?
Warning, power at 13%. Power cell has been partially depleted due to inaction.
Someone call for a medic. Out of sight and on the way. Let's get you healed.
You are nearer to perfection than anyone living could ever achieve. It will be the honor of the Order to serve.
I do for my subjects and their descendants. Gloria,
Safeguarding the matriarch's remains from the council, are we? This is rather unusual. Unusual, but it is the only sane explanation for what you currently do. Commander. Oh, I see. You must have noticed a spot of dust on that artifact and taken it for cleaning. Good initiative. To battle!
In due time.
I'm unready.
Recharging as fast as I can, Commander!
the skip drive. A revolutionary technology that will allow humanity to sojourn to the stars.
Singular mind could conceive such advanced technology.
It is deep. Arcadia. In my new colony, we will abandon the illness of corporatism. None will suffer for the pleasure of unseen overlords. And all will everything in accordance with the grand paradigm. I now present to you my new invention, the skip drive. A revolutionary technology that will allow humanity to sojourn to the stars.
Singular mind could conceive such advanced technology.
It is my deepest wish to entrust the skip drive to those brave visionaries willing to follow me into a most prosperous future.
Yes, so wise, matriarch. Lead us into this future you have envisioned.
Might have a problem.
Villains abound. Be on guard.
Every Protectorate subject to ensure they are operating at peak efficiency at all times.
I sense scum and close.
Huh. That was certainly asinine. Hey now.
Evasive element! Beg your patience. I'm not ready. Unleash my...
I've eyes.
Back in business.
Malefactor ahead. Close me. My injuries are not superficial. Taking punitive action.
Seems like idlers and...
Sight unseen. Someone call for a medic. Happy to help. Discreetly.
I must reload. Anyone else here, a medic?
Replenishing my firearms.
Double lamps on a hostile.
That's with the car. You get the seat. An explosive.
means the console is not devoted to the idea of training future arbiters. I wish I could say I were surprised. That elevator over there goes to the Supreme Arbiter's old office. I hope the technicians have kept it in working order. The old quarters are... they have all been removed. I hardly recognize this place.
Hey, you all right?
I'm fine. Some errant dust nearly found its way into my house.
Trouble it.
Hey there. Let's check.
Of inspiring exhibits and artifacts of her remarkable life. All particular subjects once pilgrimaged to her tomb to their last.
never questioned.
Avoid disturbance detect.
At your word, I shall charge!
One assumes their intentions. Invasive elements!
Breath tingling, all charged up.
Prudence dictates. It is the duty.
Excuse me. My injuries are not superficial.
Out of sight, on the way. Someone call for a medic. Let's get you healed. Vitals looking
Celebrate their sacrifice. Realigning without
Grab still recharged.
To ask for help, but help?
Giving What are they up to?
We've got company, Commander, and friendly kind.
My thanks and my hammer.
That's ready if you need a house call.
Hey, I look like I can do that now?
They're beyond my range.
An explosive! Best refill this.
I am loath to admit I require better.
Punishing my fire.
rescue, sight unseen.
Help you with the
My capacity and range is somewhat limited.
Lay low, Commander. Next order.
Help me end this fight on my feet.
Shall not stay your execution. Malefactor ahead. Ready to dispense judgment.
no escape for you.
Back in business.
Over there, huh? For you. Make me walk on over there.
Invasive element!
What's this? What these I despise acting parade. And yes, I
To the rescue! Sight unseen. Someone's offer him, Medic. Let's get him healed. Commander, you're bleeding. game ready.
Those fools. I had no choice but to judge them as traitors to the Protectorate. Why would they simply open fire? Then they should have reported me to their superiors rather than... I shall continue to...
You're hurt, Commander. Feel yourself.
Breakthrough. Cherished Arcadia. I am well aware of how much...
Elimination of portentous societal responsibilities.
I sense we close in on something central to my investigation. I simply must live to see it through. Smells like paint and agitated dust. Renovations, I surmise. I believe what we need is on that terminal. I'll see if I can find my way in. The terminal's locked, which is no surprise. See if you can find some... Find some method to bypass its passcode. I sense we close in on something central to my investigation. We simply must live to see it through. I sense we close in on something central to my investigation. We simply must live to see it through. Did you hear that? I think something may have unlocked. I think... This may unlock the terminal, but the toggle mechanism appears compromised. I shall hold it. Hold it. You attempt to gain access to the machine. You must finish reading through that terminal.
Consul Thoreau, I'm sure you're surprised to be receiving this message, and thus I can assume you already know my intent. Even considering aligning myself against the Sovereign is like sticking my hand in boiling oil. Yet my dead charges spur me forward. 10 scores of Arcadia's finest, at least 10 scores, died in defense of Golden Ridge. And does the region lie in our control? No. We fled like sprats, all at Varric's behest. I shall lower myself to work with you, Consul. I will help you uphold your plan to... Hold... What in blazes? How long have you been standing there? What did you hear?
I cannot believe what I heard. I cannot. My mentor isn't a turncoat. She must have my mentor hated the console and was deeply devoted to the Sovereign. She'd never speak thus.
Rao, you really ought to have a sit-down. Were this anyone except your mentor, you'd see this for what it is.
What I'm proposing is eminently plausible. It may be beyond you to see her machinations, but it's obvious to me that this was merely an intricate play. It's all that makes sense. Don't Tristan me! Just because the situation looks dire doesn't mean... Wait, do you hear that?
Arbiter Rao, I finally got you. Submit quietly to the Protectorate's justice for your manifold transgressions.
Are you insane? Who are you? And on whose authority do you claim to judge me?
My name is Junior Arbiter Mayhall, and I operate on Arbiter Mandate, as you did once. Now, no questions. This is already going to be difficult enough.
This is not the time for your deranged jests.
Well, that's ridiculous. My interest in Arbiter Rao is purely professional.
Enough. This has been an unpleasant day and my patience is gone. Your accusations are baseless and accosting a higher-ranked arbiter is grounds for arbitration.
They're far from baseless. You stand accused of abandoning your post, of infiltrating Protectorate facilities with opaque aims, and of hampering the Protectorate war effort. There's no discussion to be had with criminals. I needed to see firsthand that Arbiter Rao had abandoned his station. He has, and must meet my judgment.
These accusations of yours are slander. If you believe false bravado shall save you from my wrath, you're sorely mistaken. At Oculus, and again at the Vox, you showed me that the law may be interpreted. Clemency can be granted where before it would be unthinkable. Here my sense of duty clamors to be answered. But as much as it surprises me to admit it, I think you're correct. Slaying her for sincerely trying to do what is right would be a farce of justice. I would not. But I know the reality of swaying an arbiter.
What is this insanity? I would never imagine an arbiter balking from their chosen course. I had hoped. I may not wish to judge him. I may not understand what has come over him. It is of no consequence. His crimes against the Protectorate are all that matters.
The ex-Protectorate subject there had been mentally refreshed. Killing him would have accomplished nothing, despite his crimes, as he was merely a pawn to someone else.
That's even worse than I thought. You chose not to do your duty, and expect telling me so would soften my decision to judge you?
The Supreme Arbiter taught me to follow my own sense of justice. And I have. Use your mind. Think about what I did. What you intend to do. Is this moral? Is this right? The reason I have deserted is to search for evidence leading to the true killer of the Supreme Arbiter. I know the concept of evidence is not broadly taught. The Supreme Arbiter taught me to seek out the facts of one who has committed a crime in order to better identify them, in order to avoid judging innocence. This, in turn, would allow me to do my duty more properly, and to improve society as a result. You see, I haven't deserted the Protectorate. I'm conducting my own investigation.
But by looking into her death, you go against High Command's official statement. You claim to know better than the Protectorate.
And if I am mistaken, I shall submit myself for judgment. But I have already found evidence to the contrary. All that stands between me and the true killer is you. You're no fool. I can see you understand my reasoning. All that you must decide now is if it is right to render judgment upon me. We don't know that for certain, but to an onlooker, without our knowledge, it could seem that way. And such presumed traitorousness would be very confusing.
Even the Supreme Arbiter has struggled with this? That doesn't seem possible. But I suppose there's no way to ask her now. I shall trust your words. Consider my hand stayed. I can see that judging Tristan would only rob the Protectorate of another of its servants. It seems I must reflect on this matter.
It would appear we're in agreement. Neither of us shall raise a hand against the other. I'm pleased.
Yeah, I bet he is. Just remind him that abstaining from violence ain't the same as chocolates and flowers.
So, what course of action do we take now? Well, that would be very unusual.
Come now, Commander. No easier way to slip a blade between chinks in the armor than close physical proximity. I'm surprised you test our young friend like this.
Truly, I would never have fallen for such a base suggestion.
It's important for an Arbiter to use their forebrain. Next time you encounter something as strange as a loyal Arbiter diverging from the path of righteousness, investigate. You may find more questions than answers.
Uphold justice in my way.
Glory to the Protectorate, Junior Arbiter. Make me proud. I'm pleased we were able to resolve that altercation peaceably. Robbing Arcadia of an enthusiastic recruit would have given me little joy.
Huh. You beginning to wean yourself off of eating the shoe polish? This is a good turn, Rao.
You know, I'd even venture to say she reminded me just a little of myself as a lad. I think that's uncalled for, Commander. Find me a well-adjusted youth, and I'll show you someone who just hasn't hit their awkward stage as of yet. All this excitement did not make me forget the confession on the Supreme Arbiter's terminal. I have to bring it to Virgil. Together, we can discover exactly what transpired. Have you lived all your life within the Protectorate? No. What do you know about what makes an Arbiter? I refuse to question the Supreme Arbiter, just as I refuse to cast every belief I hold dear into the mud. Push me no more. Virgil will know what to make of this. He'll... Together we'll figure out what to do. I'll message him when we return to the ship. Hopefully he shall respond. Quickly.
Consul Thoreau, I'm sure you're surprised to be receiving this message, even considering yet my dead charges. No. We told...
could she betray me? And out of all the cultists, she elevated me to the highest rank in the Dawn. I am... What? She was my supervisor. I was just a lowly scientist. And when she saw my pain, she looked into my background. It was then that she recruited me. My psychological profile. I saw it once, but my parents, the paranoid, they were terrified that my behavior would lead people to start looking at them askance. You remember I told you they were vigilant? They could have helped me in numerous ways. But she gave me a life, a family. Or so I thought. Thank you. But Dagmar has shown me I can't depend on anyone. I have to let my beliefs guide me now. It's hard to explain, but I depend, and I won't. Dagmar didn't betray us to the Sentinels. She is a Sentinel with a fucking office here in Central Control. It's enough to make one take leave of their sanity.
I reckon that ship's already sailed off into another fucking dimension.
I'm just going to pretend I didn't hear that. Fortunately, there's an easy solution to Dagmar's betrayal. One which involves removing her head from her body. Or maybe we should start with the disemboweling? So many choices.
I suppose congratulations are in order for having dispatched so many Sentinels. Can't rightly say I'm surprised, what with your knack for... but still, impressive. And let's not forget that I was the one who gave Azahelia Leitinger a purpose and fulfillment. Look at how much fun you've had.
The commander's right, though I do love hearing you grovel. Almost as much as I'm going to enjoy your screams.
Let's not be hasty. I mean, can it even be a betrayal if it was always lies? But I must say, when I started the Dawn at the Consul's behest, I knew you were the perfect candidate.
What are you talking about? There were cultists before me!
No, there were not. The fiction of a cult was born out of the need to convince the Sovereign to return to the true spirit of the Protectorate. The Consul feared he was too weak.
Dagmar, all this can't be right. How can you spout such lies? Our cause is righteous. It has to be.
As much as I'd prefer to not anger you, I must say your willful ignorance is still... I can only hope your luck has run its course, and the remaining Sentinels are able to put you...
No, that's too quick. What about... No, not painful enough. Yes, that's it. I just need to find a piece of heat-conducting metal and something to peel the skin effectively. I've no idea what you're speaking of. The Glorious Dawn is the future of Arcadia. Dagmar must die violently because she betrayed us. I know of no other way to act.
Raring to go.
Happy to help. This street. Out of sight and on the way. To the rescue. Sight unseen.
Hold a grudge.
Tower recalibrated. It's got my scale standing on end. Can we go? Someone call for a medic. Out of sight and on the way.
Commander's almost dead!
Taking cover!
Climb up at my stick. A lot. Over it.
I'm alive. Who needs to die? place should be locked down and buttoned up tighter than Kristen's attitude. So where is everyone?
Attention, IRC. Please head inside for an important announcement from the console. Attendance is mandatory.
Mandatory? That's not good. Those are always bad news.
Processing a visual.
Look up, Commander. Don't make me avenge you.
Happy to help. Discreetly. Someone call for a medic. Let's get you healed.
Due to an anomalous event, the interstitial hall in X limits for the foreseeable future to any and all non-essential personnel. All requests to view the prototype rift anomaly modulator are hereby suspended for the time being. Please direct all further queries and study petitions to the lead researcher's office.
get a move on and abscond with that rift modulator. If it really can manipulate rifts, you can be damn sure it's better off in our hands.
Subjects, listen well. Days ago, our beloved sovereign, in his infinite wisdom, submitted himself to mental refreshment. At his command, I, Emery Thoreau, now accept the responsibility of I address you today not as the consul, nor even as your new leader, which I am, but as a sipper. I cannot do it alone.
I smell regicide. The Sovereign's certainly dead.
I reckon that's Protectorate for I assassinated the Sovereign and seized control. If true, this console will be a nasty one to go up against.
I call upon you to stand tall with renewed zeal. Together, we will finish our great sovereign's work and purge Arcadia of those who seek to harm us. We shall clench our victory and step into the prosperous future our matriarch promised.
I know how this looks, but I can assure you I have leave to look into... Oh, you're not security. Then you must be responsible for all the commotion I heard just now. For both our sakes, I think it best if we continue as we were. I will forget I saw you as long as you extend me the same courtesy. I was looking for proof, if you must know. There was an incident recently, and I believe our head of security is neglecting... Albin Valancourt is the sentinel charged with supervising this facility and all its researchers. I'd grasp a live rod if I could pass its current to him. Although...
I'd be more than happy to accelerate that timeline. I am quite handy with sharp instruments, if you prefer it done quiet-like. Or I can just improvise. Always more fun that way. The next time you tell me to be quiet will be the last time you have lips to do so.
Do I know you? Your voice sounds strikingly familiar.
I don't think... I mean, definitely not. You must be mistaken.
Well, your assistant seems spirited. But do not mistake me. I only want the appropriate measures to be taken in response to what appears to be a significant security breach. Unless your lamps have oxidized, you must have noticed my arm. I lost it saving the Sovereign from a rift. Naturally. Valancourt supplied my name for the reports, incriminating me in the eyes of my colleagues. And since I couldn't possibly rely on an outsider to help me conduct an investigation, could I? Whatever the cause of the incident, it is my duty as a law-abiding protectorate subject to gather proof and uncover its cause. Really, Valancourt is forcing my hand here. Aren't you clever? Well, I too am clever. For instance, I've already deduced a means for achieving access to the restricted wing. Should you be willing to assist me? Help you with acquisition? Assuredly not. If, however, in your exploration of the lab, you have what I am offering is help afterward. Once you take the prototype, it will set off an immediate lockdown. I can facilitate that modulator will be necessary to unfold the rift and find the evidence I need. And if Valancourt suffers repercussions for its loss, I will count that as an added benefit. The kind that proves I did not dishonor myself by making a mistake, and that the cause of the disaster was due to someone else's malfeasance, deliberate or otherwise. The prototype rift modulator is currently in interstitial hall at the top of Exhibition Tower. Once you have the prototype, make your way to Valancourt's quarters. He should have a spare key card that will grant us act. Be cautious. The guards of this facility will attack anyone unfamiliar to them. But once you have the key card and rift device, reconvene here, and we'll go together to the wing. That is what we've agreed upon, is it not? I've already shared more with you than I ought have. But that's an ugly way to describe a legitimate transfer of power. And if you're trying to bait me into expressing an opinion of my superiors, I assure you, a technicality is inferior in every way that matters. The Interstitial Reconfiguration Center was created to continue researching into rifts. How do you know about that? That disaster and its link to the death of the Sovereign's family was not made public. No one else. Regardless. Even though Horizon Point's destruction did impede our progress for a time, we learned from it, or we were. Due to the exacerbation of the greater rift recently, these lesser... In public, Henry has adopted the affectations of his father. In private, he is much more personable, though meddlesome. He becomes most animated when we discuss how matter might be reconstituted from the rifts. What was lost somehow returned. His motivations are personal. All I am willing to say is that he is a man who loved his family very much. He and the consul wore coats cut from the same stern cloth. Henry has never quite matched either of them. In terms of temperament.
By operating at peak efficacy, without error or exception. Operating at peak efficiency at all times.
Matriarch's pride. We can't be expected to sleep in these conditions.
Lacking on Cloister. Now the toe's missing his testament.
Aggressor at hand.
Huh? So.
My vexation grows as this drags on.
They hit disruptive influences!
Sustain the system.
This rift looks goopy. Wonder what it consists of.
His gaze sees all.
Flushed him out.
Better take a gander.
Hey, easy with the fratricide.
Hope that wasn't intentional. You better sleep with both eyes open. The risk and that.
Worthy of review. Better take a gander.
Recharging as fast as it can, Commander! That's ready if you need a house call.
To the rescue! Sight unseen. Happy to help, discreetly.
The prototype rift modulator has been removed without proper authorization. Lockdown initiated.
Quickly, use the modulator to open the rift. It may provide your only avenue for escape.
subtle thief. Yes, you with the... It's not every day that someone is fool enough to break into the Interstitial Reconfiguration Center. I'd be obliged if you would regale me with the tale of how you managed to get this far. A crude assessment and utterly untrue. I am perfectly accommodating to non-incompetence. I suspect you did not reach here unaided. So who was it? Which one of my undutiful brain boxes helped sponsor this little pilferage? Act glib if you like. All you've done is illustrate the need for more invasive auditing of my personnel. Well, there will be time to scrutinize every angle of this breach at a later date, once I have dealt with you. Does such bravado no? So be it. We can forgo civil...
Trouble ahead.
Wait.
Intentional.
As of this morning's demonstration, we have finally proven my central thesis. Matter within the rifts is not permanently destroyed. Broken down into pure information. This confirms many of our theories about the rift to an overwhelming degree, including the potential to restore this information, albeit imperfectly. I expect the Sovereign will be most pleased. I'm scheduled to meet with him later today to discuss my findings more in depth. Note to self, impressive.
Unfriendly company. They're mine. Got my lamps on.
Prudence always says, frolic, prance, and say, remember that time
Don't be reluctant to unfold any rifts you come across using the modulator. They may eject something useful to you. Glad you disabled the auto-mechanical, Commander.
Questions on addiction.
I want that. Do you suppose there's been another incident? Like the one with the Sovereign?
No. It seems we may...
Rough customers. Step aside. All of the list.
Taking cover!
I'm alive. Who needs to die?
The Protectorate endures! Target's taken lead. Restoring the balance!
Restoring the balance. Sustain the system!
Contact!
Step aside. On the wrist. clean for my taste. Makes you wonder what he's hiding.
Having that device nabbed on his watch nigh guarantees Valancourt a long stay and mental refreshment, if he is not subjected to swift and fitting arbitration first. What? If that's true, we must act quickly. Anything on his terminal cannot be relied upon for long. We need proof we can hold in our hands. I'll lead us to the restricted wing now. Once there, reopen the rift using the modulator so we can begin searching for more irrefutable proof. Interstitial reconfigurating matter that claimed my arm. Let's open the hood, shall we? Rifts reconstitute matter in an imprecise manner, but use your imagination to conjure the original scene. It could lead us to the evidence we need. You've discovered something? I knew it! I am absolved! And yet, I cannot I would characterize Valancourt as many vile and unmentionable things, but a traitor? No. But for all the time I've spent trying to unsnarl Valancourt, did you uncover anything else? I had heard rumors of the Sovereign's diminished popularity since the war began. That any subject should commit... I think I'm beginning to understand exactly what happened here. How did this go unnoticed during final checks? This is surely why the rip... You've provided more evidence than I could have hoped for. Thank you. Valancourt must have sought to curry favor with the Consul by eliminating the Sovereign and making space for the... He sabotaged the machine, hoping the rift would perform his dirty... Our dear head of security has much to answer for. We need to go and confront Valancourt, now. Absolutely not. I want to see that villain's face when his crime is finally exposed. And as a scientist, I am aware of the value of being adaptable. I bent to accommodate such assertiveness. I'm no longer willing to wait for the arc of justice to bend in my favor. I'll go first, follow behind, but not too closely. We don't want him to see you. I'll keep Valancourt. Oh, and there's also a rift in the hangar. An experimental byproduct as it...
Dr. Hurley. Pleasant as I find your company, I must ask you to vacate the area at once. I'm preparing our defenses against an intruder.
Hold the pleasantries, Valancourt. I know you sabotaged the experiment that nearly killed me and the Sovereign. I have the proof.
Calm yourself, Doctor. Such a belligerent tone is unbecoming from one of your profession.
Don't tell me to calm down, you traitorous worm! Someone, either you or acting under your orders, deliberately removed a vital part from the rift generator, ensuring a catastrophic failure. I've seen the sabotage myself.
For you to have discovered that, you have needed to reopen the rift. Ah, you're collaborating with the thief, aren't you? Oh, Doctor. Big mistake.
I'm going to report you to Central Control. The Sentinels should know one of their own has gone rogue.
Oh, shall I quake and quiver? Your threats are wasted air. We Sentinels are now empowered to act extrajudiciously. I was merely... taking initiative. It matters not that the console failed to recognize my foresight this time. All came to right in the end. Now that that simpleton Varric is off the throne.
Let's get you healed. Someone call for a medic. Truck's ready if you need a house call.
I will deal with you. Replenishing my firearm.
Sharp enough. Hostiles nearby.
Who needs to die?
Invasive element!
On the way. To the rescue. Sight unseen.
Thus always to traitors. Morale will certainly improve in the lab now, I should think, provided Valancourt's replacement is not also an absolute Pilgarlic. I had prepared this trauma kit, but obviously that turned out to be an unnecessary precaution. Please, take it with my gratitude. I'm not sure murdering the head of security at a highly valued research facility makes the argument you think it does, but have no fear. No evidence of our little...
Now that you have the Rift modulator, any previously inaccessible rift could be worth revisiting. Rifts may contain useful equipment and resources. However, due to the chaotic nature of reconstitution, some creative problem solving may be required in reaching them.
Let's get you healed. Someone call for a medic.
Better take a gander.
I'm alive. Who needs to die?
Here we are, about to kick the proverbial mantisaur nest. Hope you're ready for your close-up. Damn, of course they got a bunker mech. We need to take it by surprise, without alerting the other troopers, mind.
The console provides. The system abides.
Heads up, rifle light.
Perfect society demands perfect thoughts. Imperfection is impossible when the mind is a thing of symmetry.
Over here! Let us out!
Fake law. I thought we'd be trapped in here forever.
Hey, tell me you've got a plan to deal with these guys.
Disruptive influences! Uh-oh! My aftermarket parts! There you are!
I'll find my next victim. I mean a hostile forgot.
On the way!
Here we are, about to kick the proverbial mantisaur nest. Hope you're ready for your cloak. Damn. Of course they got a bunker mech. We need to take it by surprise, without alerting the other troopers, mind.
Oh, an enemy.
Make me walk on over there, huh? I advise you decamp directly.
Prudence dictates it is the duty of every protectorate subject to ensure they are operating at peak efficiency at all times. Prudence dictates imperfection is impossible when the mind is a thing of symmetry. Resolute, courageous, steadfast, fervent, tenacious. Oh, how we prevail, us above, all else will fail. The whole of the protectorate is stronger than its parts.
Gloria, Arcadia, never deserves a look. Giving chase. Aborting search. Don't worry, don't question, don't doubt. Let your betters think for you.
he deserves. Prudence dictates it is the duty of every protectorate subject to ensure they are operating at peak efficiency. At all times.
This once over.
Back in business.
Aggressor at hand.
Revive me so I can kill him.
Giving chase. You have my attention. Subject down. Let's reload. Seeking cover.
Another ass-kicking for the history books. Let's open the gate for that reporter and the troops before these bodies get cold.
Over here! Let us out!
Thank Law. I thought we'd be trapped in here forever.
Hey, tell me you've got a plan to deal with these guys.
It's a fight.
Rolling up my sleeves.
Forever vigilant. They covet our shifting to a less exposed.
Over here! Let's have a word with the hero. Well, the blockade is certainly ours now, but that was hardly more impressive than any other raid in this law-forsaken colony. I'm afraid my drones didn't get what we needed them to.
That hasn't stopped you lot from spinning a story before. You said something about an interview earlier. Well, I'll answer your questions. You'll make me look good in return?
It's audio only, Trooper. And you're working with a true professional now. Let me work, huh? Relax. Be authentically you, though...
Well,
Great! Recording's already begun. I'm here, live at the scene with the fearsome grafted soldier Inez. Inez, your destruction of those dastardly protector...
I'm just, doing my part. I joined up because I believed in our mission, to liberate Arcadia. Reckon my actions illustrate that more than anything I could ever say. I ain't sure what else to say. What does the audience want to hear, exactly?
They want to hear sordid details, but not so sordid that... Dear audience, the voice you just heard is that of the soldier's close associate, and you also freed some of our troopers from the
Look, I did what anyone with an ounce of sense would do. Ain't gonna leave one of my own in such a state. And if I had it my way, I would have acted sooner. Yeah, that's exactly right. I plan on doing everything in my power to bring a swift end to this war, and keep as many civvies out of harm's way as possible.
A heartwarming sentiment, but not too swift an end to the war, I hope. In any case, those soldiers can finally return to their postings again.
These graphs make me stronger. Good in a bind. I know I'm a bit of a curiosity. Ain't too many of us left. But there is so much good we can do with grafting, if we try. I got a plan, see? To start the grafting program up again. The research is promising, and with the right backing, it could be a product that can...
A fascinating idea. I think we'd all sleep soundly if we knew more. Before we wrap, have you anything else of note to tell our undoubtedly enraptured audience?
I don't know about dominate, but we'll sure liberate it, just like we did Tau Ceti. Then on to the next system, I imagine.
Very good. Love the patriotism. This may be the morale boost folks need. And that's a wrap. You can go back to slouching or sneering or whatever else it is you do. Astonishingly well. Rest assured, our listeners will be glued to their radios for all the lurid details and to hear more of my award-deserving...
Well, that's a damn sight better than I was anticipating. Willard will have to make good on our deal now. Let's head back and speak with him.
You do that, and I will remain here burdened by the drudgery of war. Farewell.
Investigating.
Sharp enough.
Seeking cover.
I sting. On the wrist. Enemy foot.
Changing magazine.
Better go see. That will propon disruptive influence.
Attention, Commander. There may be valuable parts at this location that can improve this unit's functionality. Performing a thorough search of the Automech factory is advised. Should you wish to maximize your Valerie unit's combat effectiveness, building factory schematics. It is likely the desired parts are being stored somewhere on the ground floor. Or avenge my death!
I'm alive. I need to die.
Caution, subjects. A security breach has been detected. A full laboratory lockdown is now in effect. Repeat, this is a full laboratory lockdown. Stay calm, remain vigilant, and obey security personnel. As always, trust that the Sovereign protects.
You don't reckon there's another one of those suits laying around somewhere? Oh, I want to try it.
This might sting! Step aside!
Forging ahead!
Sorry, I've no target! Recharge for mayhem!
About a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night.
Diet. Why, just ask everyone's neighbor, Prudence.
Prudence dictates you eat them.
It's Mountie Ambrosial biscuits. Supper duty melons and pies. Arcade delight.
This might sting! Die, swine!
I look like I can do that now?
That's fine! I will restore my life or avenge my death!
Recommencing hostilities! Sustain the system!
Back in business. Someone call for a medic. Happy to help. History. Out of sight and on the way.
Better take a gander.
Foreign agent! Medical pack, out! You know, there might be a goodie or two for Val in there.